Good afternoon, Antigua and Barbuda. Good afternoon to the entire Eastern Caribbean and wherever you're viewing us around the world via the Cricket West Indies website. This is Sports 360, and we have some good news for you to tell you that play will start in approximately 2 minutes' time, with some 38 overs expected to be bowled. There was an early tea, and we had some showers of blessings, which not only blessed us here in Antigua and Barbuda, but our neighbors in Montserrat as well. We also understand that rain has also been falling around in the Leeward Islands. In St. Kitts and Nevis has been pretty heavy. I say good afternoon to Seth Burton as the Cricket West Indies Select 11, who overnight were 5 for 1. They've lost their captain Craig Brathwaite without scoring, and we see the umpires are out, and want us to give some major credit to the groundsmen who did an outstanding job to be able to make sure that we have play here this afternoon on this lovely Monday afternoon.
Certainly, Vernon, good afternoon to you, good afternoon to listeners, and those who are joining the stream. They have been there in their hundreds, in fact, awaiting play, so there is pretty much some interest. We just want to say good afternoon to you if you're in Bangladesh. Good evening or good early morning to you, wherever else you are in the globe. In fact, you spoke about rain around the neighborhood just last night. The rain stopped the final game between the West Indies and England in that T20 series. So it has been raining in the Caribbean, and this is the rainy season for Antigua Barbuda. But out there, as we would have said, it is in fact an opportunity for Bangladesh to get match ready after making their 253 for 7 declared yesterday. They had the West Indies in a bit of bother because Captain Craig Brathwaite went in the first over. West Indies select 11 overnight on 5 for 1, and now we have Milius, the man Kimani Milius, at the crease along with Joshua Dome, and the first delivery is in fact a single, a quick single taken there. They will get 2, Vernon, because it's a bit of an overthrow on that occasion, the ball not hitting the wicket directly. But Hassan Mahmood, the man who took Brathwaite's wicket yesterday, is continuing from the CIU end. I think we have been told that we would have 38 overs, 23 before, and then the last 15 in 2.5 hours. So we are starting at 2:30. So we'll see how that goes. Mahu, good delivery once again. That one pretty much like the second delivery that Craig Brathwaite faced yesterday. Playing not with conviction, Vernon, as I would see Milius flirting a bit. Not as much pace as we saw yesterday, perhaps with the covers on all morning, in fact overnight, and then the rain coming in the morning. It may have been a different situation. So Bangladesh, they are in town, and they are here to make their presence felt without Shakib Al Hassan, the top all-rounder, but with much of their senior players outside the off stump. Milius does not flirt with danger. Perhaps it's part of the ploy that we have seen worked in the first over, getting one just outside off. On this occasion, this one going further away outside the off stump. But in the case of Craig Brathwaite yesterday, he got one that was really rising and with subtle variation took the edge, and Bangladesh, they would be happy with that wicket because they know that's one that they can focus on going into Friday's test match. Hassan Mahmood. Kimani Milius drives at that. We'll get at least one here. They're coming back for the second. Good running from Barbados, and Kimali Milius from St. Lucia would have captained the West Indies on the 19, but somehow Vernon sort of fell off, a bit. Yeah, between 2019 and 2024?
I think it has to do a lot with playing time and being given that opportunity, but he's got a long season ahead of him.
Good delivery. Looks confident and just comes forward, plays the ball into the off. So we have spoken about young players not getting as many opportunities as they would like. He has been around, came around the same time with Jaden Seals and some of the other young troops, Naeem Young, the entire group, Joshua Bishop, that group of young players. But here is an opportunity offered to him. Gets one coming into him, goes up on the toes, stabs it down to the fielder at short square leg. No run on that occasion from an overnight position of 5 for 1. West Indies select 11 on this, the final of this two-day practice game. 9 for 1.
Yeah, Hassan Masood really working up some steam here, and also his first over. Pretty interesting character and a good prospect for Bangladesh. 7 test matches behind his name, some 26 test wickets to date, 12 at home and 14 away. So,
and that's significant.
Yeah, he'll be looking to be able to run in at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on Friday, providing that everything goes well. But I like the look of him so far, and he seems to be a very lively character. And this is an investment here by Bangladesh, trying to just make sure that they line him up. He's played against India, Pakistan, South Africa, Sri Lanka to date. And so that's going to be pretty interesting. He'll be able to get an opportunity to play against the West Indies.
So it's really an opportunity to keep the speedsters going. We see now a change. Man who started yesterday in Reina has been replaced by Shoaib. Comes in now, a good delivery, well driven by Dawn. That will be 4. Will it be? It's giving a chase. It's been given a chase by the fielder at cover. It slows up inside the extra cover boundary, but it's because there is a wet, in fact not a wet outfield, but a heavy outfield from all the rain this morning. Why Dawn did not get that to the boundary for 4, but instead has 3 more runs under his belt to open his tally this afternoon. We missed the entire first session, and we missed an additional hour and a half in this, the second session. So it's really an opportunity here for the Bangladeshi bowlers. A good delivery, an exceptional one, ducking back into Milius, but going down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And that certainly made some movements there. It really cut back into him. Taskim Ahmed, once again that man with that very upright run, strong, tall lad, got that one to come back into the right-hander, and we're going to see a lot more of this. We saw tasking in the T20 World Cup, presenting some challenges, and now it is time for him to show that form as he prepares for the first test coming up on Friday. A good one just outside the off stump, leaving the right-hander. Bangladesh would have seen their top batters getting runs yesterday, 3 in a row, retiring not out. And now we have seen the sun, perhaps most prominent for the first time in the entire game, apart from yesterday morning. For the first hour, it has been overcast. It had been throughout yesterday, and this morning completely rained out. So they're making some adjustments. 4 slips, 3 first, second, third, and a 4th slip. Now we're seeing enforcement. They're going for a gully, and there's still a point, movements. The mid wicket coming across into the extra cover position, and the mid wicket going wide. Taskin Ahmed comes into Milius. Milius gets a good one, drives back past the bowler, out towards the man chasing at the extra cover fielder, out to long off, and 2 runs to Kimali Milius. Looking good, the 23-year-old St. Lucian from the country of Darren Sammy. Would have been the West Indies on the 19 captain. Darren Sammy would be happy to know that there's some young Lucians answering the call. Milius on 13. Taskin pushes at that one. Lovely save. A great diving effort by the fielder at backward point. At point, in fact, exactly the point position. Gets the applause of his teammates. And Taskin walks back, thinking his way through. Perhaps trying to visualize a scenario for Friday. Coaching staff, I'm sure they will be delighted to see the young fast bowlers getting the opportunity on the soil, similar to the one in which Friday's tests will be played at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds. And Milius, soft hands, helped him on that occasion. The ball peeled off the outside edge, but he had soft hands, so it fell in front of the gully fielder, and in fact went between the gully and the backward point fielder, getting 2 runs. Kimani Milius, he moves along at the end of the over, which is in fact the second over of the day's play, the 4th over of the innings. West Indies select 11, moving from 5 for 1 overnight to 24, and Kimani Milius moving from 3 to 15, and Joshua Dawn is on 5. Vernon, anything you would have cited there?
I think that Joshua Dawn needs to sort himself out. The right foot does not move. It tends to be in a planted positions. And you know the basics of batting. You got to be able to get back and across. And since yesterday I picked that up, but I've got to watch him again and see what's going to be happening. We're back with Hassan.
Mahmood this time, a good delivery, but Dawn playing inside the line. You'd give him credit for that. But it was one just about, 5th stump.
If I can get Jason to Jason, if you can just show me that delivery, just so I can explain something to Seth. Just look at it and you see what I'm talking about,
yes.
Seth. Because he's really neither forward nor back.
Yes.
See
when he draws in.
See where the right foot is?
Yes.
Right.
Planted, in fact, outside of the wicket. It's not on leg stump, it's outside leg. The front foot is on leg. Good delivery. Once again, Mahmood, he's having fun here. Hassan Mahmood just getting the ball to touchdown just outside the off. So you look at the front foot, in fact, not even straight. So that delivery, he wasn't even covering the stumps. You would have expected to see the front foot come across and forward. But on that occasion, when it moves, Vernon, he's not covering his stumps. An 18-year-old still learning the game.
But if you're coming forward, you got to come forward. You got to come forward with conviction.
I think
you can't be just trying to wait and just looking for a short ball.
And this time he hits it into the ground out to point. They're getting 2. But you're making the point that you got to be committed to it, because we saw the downfall of the West Indies captain yesterday because of that same approach of flirting with uncertainty. That's what I call it. Trying to go outside the off stump, looks a bit uncertain. The second delivery he faced was similar, and I'm speaking of Craig Brathwaite. And then the 4th delivery, he was totally set up. Young Dawn flirted on a few occasions, but I think you're right. How he stands up, the stand is very important. It's a bit open, but he has a lot of resources in his home country who can help him to address that. Then just a little chip, not the classical approach. He has Desmond Haynes over there. He has many others. I just call Desi.
But technically, sir, from an early age, you're being taught as especially an opening batsman, you go back and across.
That's right.
You know, and try not to be able to get squared up for somebody, for the bowler to really
and you want to be
turn
in
you
line
around
with the delivery.
With the delivery.
Right.
So that right foot, the right foot is going to be very, very, very important in terms of Don's. Keeps his back moving all the time.
This time, another one from Mahmood, pitching just outside off and leaving the right-hander. So he's warming up nicely. Hassan Mahmood, Dawn, on the other hand, just 18 years old, would have had a few opportunities in his first-class career. He's one of the young academy players, but he's with the more senior Kimani Milius, who has shown the approach that you have spoken of, though we don't see as much movement of the feet, but he lines up with it. He's committed when he's forward, so he will grow in confidence. But you're right, the technical approach, just a little chip, and the ball coming into him cramps him because you're not getting that movement across. And I think Mahmood realized that, and instead of that one leaving him, as we have seen as his top delivery, he got one coming into the body. He was able to manage it well. The over has been completed. And your thoughts on Dawn's approach?
He's an LBW candidate, Seth. And if somebody comes, I'm going to be able to bowl the in-duckers and the away swingers, he's going to be a problem. Providing somebody's going to be attacking the stump, he has to be able to make sure that he can defend that castle. And that's something I think that he's going to have to go back to the drawing board and work on.
Taskin has Milius to contend with. Good delivery. Milius played it hurriedly. That one jumping up just below chest height. He was able to keep it down. Yesterday we were speaking about the prospects of Justin Graves coming in at number 3 in the test team. But after we did the full assessment of the squad, we recognized that Casey Carty would have been the ideal at number 3, given not only his first-class exposure, but also he would have been. But at the same time, isn't there an opportunity? I thought yesterday it would have still been an opportunity to get Justin Graves in at number 3 and get him in early. Good delivery. Well played by Milius. The context is that Graves would have been coming from a bumper season, just over 400 runs in the Super 50, which is a different version. I think giving him all the opportunity to get himself in with the red ball may have been a consideration, especially with the test match looming on Friday. Taskin Ahmed has no challenge before him. Just wants to free himself. Driven caught. Just as you were saying, Vernon, not coming out, not moving his feet, not getting to the pitch. It were all bat and arms and presented an easy catch. Taskin Ahmed sized up the deficiency, and there that front foot was just coming across the center when the drive was completed, and young Dawn loses his wicket. Bangladesh taking the second wicket of the select CWI 11, 23 for 2. Dawn walks back to the pavilion. Joshua Dawn for 7 from 12 deliveries, and Milius may not be happy, but the Bangladeshis, they are happy. Taskin Ahmed joins the wicket taking offer here, caught comfortably at second slip. He was not happy, but I think it was on the card.
But he was just never balanced at the crease, and as a batsman you have to be balanced. You're either going to be coming forward or you're going to be going back. You have to be flexible in as a batsman, and there was no flexibility at all. He was just never balanced. But I like Taskin so far. Age 29, another investment by Bangladesh. He's really got some 38 test wickets, and that one really that landed into the right area, as compared to when he bowled to Kimani Melius, who was leading with his head on his shoulders and got out to the pitch of the ball. Jordan Johnson, somebody who I'm excited about.
Yes.
And I really think you made a point there, Seth. And I'm still trying to search my mind to figure out how are we using our greats. And I say this because Desmond Haynes, Floyd Weaver, and the present coach originally before would have come down to the final analysis of being selected for the West Indies head team as coach. Desmond Haynes was in the final draft.
Yes.
And there was a situation here where he didn't get the job. And then he ended up being a selector. My point is that we have Desmond Haynes who's just been wasted. Why not have Desmond Haynes even in our academy set up as a batting coach? Especially when you have the young players like these around.
Well, I would like to see him moving around the region and finding these players, because even some of the players in the senior West Indies team, some may be T20 white ball pros, I think they can be converted. There's some deficiencies that I see that he can work with. But Taskin is in to Johnson. Johnson, steers this one in the end. He was coming forward, and the ball looked as though it was moving towards off, but he was able to close it down. A better approach in terms of technically. He was on the move, but was able to make the adjustment. Let's look at the stance.
Again,
pretty similar.
Yeah, John Johnson, he doesn't get across he doesn't.
First chip, and then he was squared up.
Because he doesn't get back on across either.
So these are things that we could have you said the greats, we have legends, we have other technical persons working down the leg side. Johnson is one of those strong lads. Impressed me the first time I saw him right here. But it still amazed me. He may not be in form, but when you have a talent like that, Vernon, you mentioned the word investment, and I thought it was disheartening to me to see the Jamaica team in the Super 50 and to know that he couldn't be in that setup. That is a reserve.
But the other thing, Seth, is who is working with these players when they go back to the territories?
Right. That's the link.
This is what has been happening. This is West Indies cricket.
Yes.
And you don't have to wait until a player comes to the West Indies Academy or whatever. Some coach, somebody who's seen him on television has to be able to say, hey, come, let me help you.
Tasking to Johnson, leaves it alone. And that's the point. In the old club systems, because you had club systems, they may not have been as formally arranged as we have had the opportunity these days. Just to speak on that, you had guys who were leading the charge. For instance, if you were, I'm not trying to belabor the point, but if you were in the Black Hawk setup, the Kenny Benjamin setup, and you come from playing for the West Indies or from the academy, in a couple of days you're back in that system. That's how the old system used to work, even though it was not formally set up. The senior players would grab you, guys would tell you where you went wrong, and that would be a nurturing ground.
Well, Liberta over the years has always produced, always had that, coming back even from as far back as someone like Hayden Walsh Senior. You would have also had a concept of, Eldine Baptist and Company Walsh, not a good delivery again.
Yes, so beyond the factory of players, there was that setup of other senior players, guys in the making. But let's look at this. The skill level, very high skill level.
But there's a complete difference even in batting, because you can see Kamani Melius trying to get forward, lead with his head on his shoulders. So that in itself is very key.
And he would have learned, he would have come through the system, through the under-19 system, would have had his opportunities as well for the windwards, would have had a little bit with the St. Lucia Kings, not as many as he would have liked. Faces, good delivery, out caught, is he? Not out, says the umpire, but it was a loud appeal, Vernon. It was almost what we call a celebrative appeal, because he was celebrating, the wicketkeeper was celebrating, the bowler was celebrating, but not out, says the umpire. Let's look at this again.
And for some particular reason, I think Kamani Melius went off balance there, It was caught on the crease. The hands really went. The left foot didn't come out to the pitch of the ball. I think he missed that.
He missed it.
Missed it by a long one. Good decision.
I think somewhat he may have been playing a mind game. The previous delivery, going and beat wide outside the off stump. Perhaps he didn't want to be induced into a drive, but this one came back at him. Mahmood is pretty good at moving the ball both ways.
Again going, Kamani Melius going hard again at the ball. It's 2 runs quite easily.
Well, good running by the young batters. Something that we said was missing, that we have seen by a number of teams in the red ball version. Would stay back, but these younger players in the CWI Select 11, they're responding well. Milius is on 18. Jordan Johnson needs to try to back the rest of the afternoon, recognize the difference between the red and the white ball. Good opportunity here for the CWI Select players. His stock delivery, I call that. Pitching and moving away, and Kimani was not drawn into it. It initially showed the intent of going after that delivery, but had the presence of mind to let it go. 3 slips and the gully still waiting. Bangladesh using 3 bowlers so far. This one goes between the point fielder and the gully fielder into the boundary for 4, but not a convincing stroke. He was playing out towards the offside, and actually almost what you would have called a Chinese cut, looking at one playing the ball in front of his pad, but in the end the ball taking a leading edge and going between backward point and the gully fielder for 4.
But again, he was leading with his head, but his left foot never got out to the pitch of the ball. And so because of that, he was playing around the ball. Lucky for him, it spread along the ground and went down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. He's going to have to just make that adjustment and play the ball as late as possible. I think sometimes Kamani Melius goes hard at the balls. Just needs to relax.
Hassan Mahmood has been good. Moving it both ways. This one comes inside now. The appeal goes up. Not out, says the umpire.
Missed it again.
But he has been exceptional. One goes away, the other one comes back sharply, and this is the one. Pitched and just cut him in 2. What a delivery. And if these are signs of things to come, I think, though you may think that Bangladesh there maybe one rank below the West Indies in test ranking, a good strip at Sir Viv Richards on Friday could well provide an opportunity for display that you'd see between Taskin, Ahmed and Mahmood and Hassan all. And it would be an interesting combination. It would be interesting to see the combination that Bangladesh would go. I believe they're sizing up from the West Indies selection that they may need to at least have 3 pacers in the team.
Well, I said to you, that there's always been a worry for Caribbean batsmen. Once you start swinging the ball around, they always seem to be at sea, really. And this is going to be a good test here for Jordan Johnson and Kamani Melius.
Well, we have just seen the first intended short ball from Taskin. Johnson pulling out, was opting to play, and then discretion.
He's got fast hands for sure.
Yes, very quick and very strong hands.
Yeah, he's a strong chap, and the temperament of him. He's just 19 years old.
Very positive
young
player.
Jordan Johnson. He's got some 8 first-class games behind his belt, and he just tentatively hanging and just going at the ball. He'll get 2 runs, so he's off the mark.
And that's all he needs to get himself off the mark, to free himself up. I am putting much on him. My children like to say, don't say anything. You like to goat mouth, but when you're goat mouthing positively, you don't mind. But I'm going to see, I just believe that Jordan Johnson is going to be an outstanding player in the near future. He has what it takes. With some technical work, he has the right attitude, but I am just pleading that he gets a good long opportunity. Very strong player, very positive. Has the right temperament, can adjust. But the question is, I'm not quite sure if anxiety at times could take, possession of a player, because when you're in and you're out, or when you're not performing consistently, but somehow when you sight good talent, you must be able to give that talent the opportunity to blossom, the opportunity to be nurtured.
Like I said, it's an early age for him, Seth, because he's only played 8 first-class games, 296 runs with a high score of 61, 2.5 centuries. So he's still learning his craft. There's a change now because Taskin is going to come around the wicket, and straight away Jordan Johnson is taking an off-stump guard. So game awareness already.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. In the end, he decided not to fully commit, but showing that he's thinking, changing his guard as the bowler changes his position. Another good delivery.
The left foot just going across and not back. Something that he will develop as he plays on different pitches around the Caribbean and around the world. He'll have to be able to make that adjustment. But again, that is a science. That is something that he will have to sit down with and work out.
He defends on this occasion. So he knows he has to be patient. He knows it's not one of those situations where he's coming to try and win a game. But still he knows, as you say, has the awareness that he could be under a microscope. He could be sighted for future opportunities.
He's got 2 hours to back this afternoon, Seth.
That's right. And that's the mindset.
He should be thinking about a not out here. Getting himself a nice 50, 60. You just never know. The entire world is watching. But again, we're not short of talent in the Caribbean. What we're really short of is the technical assistance to help to take our bowlers, beat the spinners, fast bowlers, our batsmen to the next level.
He drives, the ball goes down to backward point for 4, falling just in front of the fielder at point. Fast hands, as you say, came across, and definitely he was playing with the open face of the bat and did not play with a horizontal bat, but was, well, based on the length of the ball, played it nicely, got a 4. Jordan Johnson will be happy with that tasking, completing his over, and Bangladesh will be looking to strengthen their position. Vernon Terry's going to join you, and it is really good sunshine here. A good situation with the game for the young West Indies select players against this international bowling lineup.
Thank you very much again, Seth. It's good to see you. My favorite son there with you too. I haven't seen him in a long time. Every time I see him, he looks like he's getting a little bigger and taller.
Thank you, yes, sir.
36 for 2. Melius just sneaking a single just into the leg slip area, more or less. As Terry gets himself organized here. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. Nice to see the sun return and we get some cricket. I'm sure the Bangladesh team will be happy that their bowlers will get a decent run out this afternoon.
It's just quite unfortunate that we really didn't get a 4-day game or even a 3-day game. Because I'd really love to see some of these West Indian cricket, West Indies Select 11 being tested at this level. This is almost like a test team, so it would have been a good test for them. Bangladesh attacking here. Now 4 slips.
Yeah, looks like 4 slips in the gully, or 5 slips almost. They're very close together there.
Yeah, good delivery there. Hassan Mahmood has impressed Terry.
He has, very much so. It's that ball to move of a good length both ways.
The good thing about it is that he's landing the ball in the right areas
Mm-hmm.
of consistency, so he's not too short and he's not too full. And that's the key of a young fast bowler. Like I said, Bangladesh investing in him, Hassan Mahmood, just only played some 7 test matches. So growing in confidence, he's got some gas.
Good
Guess
bounce up.
Guess he must have heard me.
Yes.
Decided that he's going to up the ante.
Sure.
Really running in and hitting the deck.
Yeah. Well, directed bouncer. Jordan Johnson played it well, just weaving out of the way. But both Mahmood and Rana's got a bit of pace also. So their bowlers are looking all right ahead of the first test here in Antigua on Friday. Mahmood in again to Johnson. Full pitch. Slap back to the bowler there by Jordan Johnson.
Mahmood wearing a very big number. Normally you don't see fast bowlers with that sort of number. Number 91. He's 25 years of age. And he's a work in progress, already hitting the straps. With what we've seen so far, he's got 26 test wickets to date, Terry. And looks like he'll get a couple on this tour here. First in Antigua and then Jamaica.
Definitely.
I'd love to see him at Sabina Park.
Runs up towards us from the media end into Johnson, and that one cuts back again. This misses the inside edge of Johnson's blade. He's certainly got some ability, and as you say, Vernon, he's got the ability to keep it on a good line and length.
And Johnson would be advised to look to hit the ball up the V. He's somebody who likes to play the ball square because he's got good hands. But I know he will tell me that he's moving his left foot. His left foot is going across. His left foot needs to go back so he can be able to pick up the line where he can be able to play the ball up in front of him. And this is going to be a good test for him. He's a student of the game, Jordan Johnson. So he'll keep working.
And
Bowl him.
has clean bowled him. Straight through the gates.
That's
In
up.
swinger again from Mahmood. He's looking sharp.
Poor shot. Just got frustrated. Lost his balance again, Jordan Johnson. Let's look at it on the replay. Terry played right around a straight delivery. It was neither forward nor back. The bat face ending up over into mid-wicket area. And that's what I was talking about, being able to be
And
tight on your defense.
And the patience.
It's not a one-day game.
No, he just
It's-
needed to defend that.
Just look to play the ball up the V. Got
Good
into
bowling.
entire balance, off balance there. The right foot never came out to the pitch of the ball. Played right around a straight delivery. And the Cricket West Indies Select 11 have lost their 3rd wicket. They're 36 for 3. And young Tevin Imla walks out. You'll need to bring some stability to this partnership as we speak.
Yes, they'll be looking for a partnership with CWI Select 11 and a spot of bother on 36 for 3. But Tevin Imlak, wicketkeeper batsman, is in form at about 3 half centuries, I believe, in the CG United Super 50 Cup, which is down to the business end of the competition. Semi-finals this week and then the final on Saturday. That was the last ball of the over, so Tuscan Ahmed will continue the attack from this, the media centre. Still got the 5 slips, backward point, short extra cover, mid wicket and fine leg as Tuscan is into Malleus, who takes a wild swipe at that delivery. It's going further away from him outside the off stump.
Have to leave. You have to leave as an opening batsman. It's wide. So there's no need for you to be trying. That's a get-out shot. You know, allow the bowler to come to you. Once it's off your stump, you know, just pick up the line.
There's a bit of loose bat in there by Malleus. Tuscan comes into him again. This one beats him outside off stump. Played forward to the delivery, held its line, went through to the keeper.
We're talking about opportunities, Terry. We've got to grab them with both hands. You just never know what is going to happen.
No, exactly. Running an injury here and there, or you impress with a good score, put you right up there, keeps you at the forefront of the selectors' minds.
I think things come too easy these days, Terry. That's just a problem.
That could very well be, Vernon, but you can tell these young West Indian batsmen, they want to feel bat on ball every delivery. Tuscan in again to Malleus. Malleus again, wild swing outside off stump. Ball was wide, went wider. Keeper taking it well in front of first slip, if not second slip. He's going to keep his composure here, the young man. See it through. No hurry. You were saying earlier when you're on with Seth Vernon, these guys got to look at this. Like a couple of hours of good solid batting, get a good not out under their name. Tuscan into Malleus. Nat is almost yorked him. Did well to dig that one out.
He's shown the potential over the years, Terry, because he's only played 15 first-class matches with 1 century and 3 half centuries, 192. So he's got that appetite that he can score big. I think today he just has to understand that it's not a T20 game, it's not a 10-10 game, and so a nice 30-40 could give him some confidence, you know, especially against a test attack, and stake a claim to be able to say, hey, I need to get into that Windward Island Volcanoes batting lineup. I've got the potential.
Definitely, as he faces Tuscan again. And again, coming back into him, beats him again through to the keeper. But yeah, you're quite right, good 30 or 40 not out this afternoon. As I say, it keeps you in the selectors' minds. Does yourself a world of good. Your confidence builds against the test playing nation. Some good ball, excellent bowling really by the 2 opening bowlers, in particular Mahmood and Tuscan, no? Just keep it simple, just play every ball on its merit.
Yeah, very, 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 very important. He's going to have to just pay attention. Just keep looking up the V. That's going to be important.
That's better. Not a good delivery to finish the over by Tuscan, but well read by Malleus. He lets it go through, shoulders, arms. At the end of the over, CWI select 11. Reply to Bangladesh's 253 for 7 declared, a 36 for 3.
So quiet time, and I don't think they'll be thinking about getting to this afternoon to the 217 runs that they trail by. It's more or less looking like survival. I think that is going to be key. They're on the horizon of getting bowled out, so I think it's going to be very, very important that this partnership, Tevin Imla, who has got a young first-class career behind him, some 22 first-class matches, 3 centuries, so he's shown the appetite that he's got some runs. His average wouldn't indicate that. It's over 30.
Mahmood bang on target again. Up the onside of the pitch by Imlak, and there's no run. Yeah, he's been touted, hasn't he, Vernon, the last couple of seasons. As a wicket-keeper batsman in the West Indies squad, of course, that toured Australia earlier this year.
Well, like I said to you, it's almost like a nightmare because Kamal Savory is the wicketkeeper
For Guyana.
for Guyana. So that's another question on another day to be answered. But you keep talking to himself. I think one of the things that might be also good here for these two is to maybe to just rotate the strike. Just look to get a single. As you just saw there from Imla, no need to follow anything. Let the bowler come to you. As an opening batsman, that's something that you're being taught earlier, Clock, is that you have to defend your castle and you've got to allow the bowler to come to you. And if you're offline, you put it away. No need for you to
You shouldn't be chasing anything.
Well, you can chase if you know what you're chasing.
Yeah, if it's there to be hit, for sure. But in situations like this, which is why it's it's a good opportunity for these young guys to be aware of the situation of the game. Spend some good time out in the middle, get a few runs under their belt. And as you say, Vernon, you never know what's around the corner.
It's just something that I just find lately, Terry. A lot of batsmen, especially top order batsmen, 1 to 5, just getting bowled. If you're getting bowled, it means that you certainly you don't have any defense.
Mm-hmm.
To be a good batsman, you must have a solid defense.
Mahmood into Imla, half a shout. Like height and going down, I think, for that one. Umpire not interested. Yes, and as you were saying earlier, and I think a very important and a very obvious flaw in a lot of West Indies top order batsmen, footwork or lack thereof, and that's what gets them in trouble more times than not.
I think Imla missed out there. You went across the right foot, going across the crease rather than going back. Had he gone back, he'd have been able to just work that past square leg for 4. Anything in that area, just have to look like he just fell over simply because he was just walking across the right foot.
He's behind it a bit better then, but couldn't beat square leg.
Yeah, well, that's the good thing about especially those players from the Asian continent. That ball would have been whipped away because it would have been balanced. You could see Imla trying to now work on that as he rehearses because he knows he missed out there. Anything between middle and leg, with this sort of field ball into a 6-3 field,
Yeah,
that vast acres of land, you got to be able to nip that.
So I've only got a mid-on square leg and a fine leg on the boundary. It's driven nicely through extra cover. May not get all the way to the rope, but they take a couple. Nice looking shot there by Imlak to get off the mark.
Contented to get 2, but I will certainly be looking to push for 3 there to get the blood pumping. But good balance shot there. And he plays the ball through the offside very well. Especially when he's on the go.
So Mahmood has completed his over 2 for 15. I think he's got now.
He's bowled like 6 overs, so
Yeah.
bowled a couple last night, and well, I think he's going to be a handful. Yeah, I'm going forward.
It looks like Tuscan Ahmed will continue from the media center end.
Oh, 318 in Antigua and Barbuda, 218 in Jamaica. Lovely afternoon here. The sun is really belting down here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Tuscan into Malias, who pulls it straight to mid-wickets. Gone. Well, he just wasn't using his patience. He wanted to put bat on every ball, and this one was short. Swivel hook, but hit it straight to short mid-wicket for the 4th wicket gone down for the CWI Select 11. They're in trouble. No doubt about that. 38 for 4.
Terry, batsmanship is about adapting to the circumstances and understanding what's in front of you. You heard me say earlier, it's not a T20 game, it's not a T10 game. It's a game where it's red ball, it's not white ball. You're playing in white clothes, but you're playing a red ball game, which means that the mindset is completely different. So just dig in. There's no need, neither win, lose, or draw, but a good 30-40. And that's one of the things which I find is happening to a lot of our young batsmen. You know, we're just excited. We feel that we have to be hitting 6s and 4s, and that's how people are going to remember you. The art of batsmanship is occupation of the crease.
Exactly. Building an innings, learning to construct an innings. All that comes into play. As the players just take a water break. And the ground staff did an exceptional job today getting any play at all. A lot of water on the covers in the outfield. And persistent rain.
Yeah, but I think we really need to start to ease some pressure off of these guys here, especially
They work hard
at
for
the
sure.
Coolidge Cricket Ground. We've got to get a water hogger at this ground. It's really increasing pressure to have those 13, 14, 15, including a lady or two, having to pull those tarpaulins, you know, on this.
Tarpaulin,
Yeah, especially with water. We've got to get a water hogger. This is 2024. We have to look after people. I'm very much concerned about that. Without the groundsman, Terry,
we wouldn't
have any cricket.
Exactly.
And too many times I think we just bypass the commitment and the work of the groundsman. One is always something has to do with about payment or about resources and what they need. We don't give them the tools, but then we expect them to produce good cricket wickets throughout the entire Caribbean. They're important stakeholders, and so we need to pay attention.
Yeah, it's like you're almost expecting miracles out of them, you know, when the weather turns sour. And you talk about tools and so it would nice to see them have the basics to operate with.
Well, in the modern era, Terry, and we have to give credit because the limited resources that they have, they have made it happen. But I'm saying make life easy for them. All right, there are a lot of modern things around. You can get a water hogger. Almost every ground should have a water hogger, a basic water hogger. That's just the basics.
Definitely. Justin Graves is walked to the middle. The informed Justin Graves got 3 back-to-back centuries in the Super 50 Cup. Inclusion back into the West Indies Test squad. He'll be facing Tuscan Ahmed, who's in his 5th over, 2 for 18. And that ball, full delivery and just eased into the offside by Graves, gets himself off the mark. Bangladesh got 3 slips, 2 gullies now. Earlier they were closer together. More or less had 5 slips, but a bit of a gap between the 3rd slip and the 1st gully. Backward point. Mid-off. Who's a short extra cover really. Short mid-wicket and fine leg for Taskin Ahmed. Coming in now to bowl to Tevan Imlak. And at full face, driven nicely, but straight back to the bowler. No run. So 39 for 4. This young CWI select side, select 11, certainly would not want to be bowled out in this truncated day, the second and final day of the 2-day practice match here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies, for the first test on Friday here in Antigua up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Tuscan again runs away from us into Imlak. That one is well watched by Imlak as it flies through to the keeper. They're not short of pace these days. Bangladesh, the new boy Nahid Rana is also here in this match and on tour. Taskin Ahmed, of course, and Mahmood. And that was directed Yorker there by Tuscan, but well played by Imlak. Just the batting there lies trouble, if there is any trouble for Bangladesh. Especially with the fast bowlers. The West Indies have got 5 fast bowlers in their test squad.
Would you play 4, Terry?
Well, it was interesting when you were talking yesterday, Vernon. You picked your final 11 for the first test, and you just watched this delivery from us, Tuscan, and that's cut away nicely by Imlak into the cover region for a couple more. Takes the score up to 41 for 4. And you had Warwick. Now, I think ideally they would like to play a spinner.
No, I didn't have Warwick.
You didn't? I thought you had.
No, what I said to you, based on what would have happened the last time, and the concept of them having 5 fast bowlers, they would maybe feel in the back of their mind that the Bangladesh team is really not good against fast bowling. And if you would have remembered, I would have my team, which I told you, and let me give you again just in case, so you understand what's happening. I had Craig Brathwaite, Joshua De Silva, Alex Athanes, Casey Carty, Justin Graves, Kevin Hodge, Azari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, Mikael Louis. Yeah, and I said Kemal Roach because I was saying based on the mechanism and the setup of what you've seen was taking place. The last time that we played against Bangladesh at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, even though it was 2022, you know what happened. Roach in that game, I think, picked up close to about 7 wickets. It was a pace attack. Alzari Joseph, and company really took a feast of wickets. So I think the same trend. Craig Brathwaite is the test captain, and they would want to go in with 4 seamers.
Yeah, well, a bit of a mix-up, no? Yes,
the only alternative to that was, I was making the point. Based on the team, it would be very difficult for you to say that you're going to leave out Seals, Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph would play. So even if you had the concept of deciding that you're going to play 3 seamers and not Roach and Justin Graves, it's almost like a gamble. But you could see that maybe there's a conversation taking place about how we are going to honor Kemar Roach for his contribution to West Indies cricket, and maybe these 2 test matches is a way of maybe saying thank you to him. I might be wrong.
No, well, I agree with you, because obviously I misheard you yesterday. And that's hit uppishly there by Graves, but wide of the extra cover fieldsman, and they stroll through for another 2. Takes Graves up to 3, and the score 43 for 4. I thought you said Warwican, so apart from that, I wouldn't have changed anything except I'd play Roach ahead of Warwican. Because as you say, he's not going to play too many more test matches before, or get the opportunity to play too many more before he retires.
Well, you never know, because you're listening to Jimmy Anderson, right? His wife is deciding that, Jimmy Anderson maybe could still be playing for England.
Well, you don't know. That might be personal issues, right? She'd rather him away than at home, But especially being at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Roachy loves and has had, huge amount of success against any opposition. So I would have Roach, and yes, therefore, short answer to your question is I would play 4.
So you would play 4?
I would play 4.
All right. So my team that I selected is the team that you would go for?
Exactly.
All right. Well, we'll wait and see, even though I still feel now and again you still need a spinner, but
Hodge
the West Indies captain might tell me Hodge needs to go on bat. I don't think he didn't have a real excellent Super 50, so some pressure would be on him. But he did show some class in England.
So it's Rana taking up the attack, and I am impressed with this boy. What I've seen, very tall, lanky figure of Nahid Rana. He's in his 2nd over. He's got figures of no wicket for 7 at this stage. But, he gets up good head of steam, pace under his belt. The one that I'm very, very much watching through this series, though, and who is under pressure as far as I'm concerned, is the vice captain Josh De Silva. He needs runs, and has done for a long time. Rana into Graves, and Graves is playing that into the extra cover region, and there is no run. 43 for 4. CWI select 11. And about this day, we've got a more experienced pair of Tevin Imlach and Justin Graves out there now. A loss of early wickets. Of course, Captain Craig Brathwaite went last night off the 4th ball of the innings. And then this truncated day today, as we didn't get play underway until 2:30 local time, with the hope of getting in 38 overs, 23 and then a mandatory 15 at the end of the last hour of the day. That one's beaten Graves. He'll say he played inside it, but it definitely beat him. Good over there by Arana. Comes to an end. 43 for 4. Graves is on 3. Imlach is on 4.
You know that Rana made his test debut against Sri Lanka earlier this year. So he himself looks like a natural athlete. He's got long levers. Sort of looks, when you look at him, you see the symbolic long legs of a Curtly Ambrose, and that sort of frame there. And got 3 wickets on debut against Sri Lanka. So it's only played so far 5 test matches. So again, Bangladesh investing in their youth.
Definitely. And do you think the influx of fast bowlers, I mean, they've always had 1 or 2, but I mean the influx over the last couple of seasons had something to do with the great Courtney Walsh being their coach for a couple of years ago?
I guess it also could be some inspiration from what you've seen following through from the Pakistanis and the Indians, the Jasprit Bumrah and company.
Right.
So everybody wants to bowl fast, and that has been key. We've seen some real good prospects coming out of the Asian continent. We've got another one here today, number 47 on show.
Yes, left armour. Well, that's right on target, but whipped nicely backward of square by Imlak. They'll take a couple as it pulls up on the wet outfield. Number 47 is none other than Sharaful Islam. And now he impressed last time they were out here. When I think from memory he was on debut, or he'd only played a couple of test matches before they came. But that Rana guy, I saw him against Pakistan recently. They won in Pakistan. Bangladesh won in Pakistan for the first time. He looked good, and he still looks good as Sharaful into. He's patted that up, and that looked pretty out to me. That was badly misjudged there by Imlak. It was a ball that he thought was going across him from the left arm of Sharaful. It didn't. It came back, straightened, and he shouldered arms, no stroke. And he's been fired out, Vernon.
Now, let's look at the movement, Terry. The right foot
straight down.
Well, not only that, the movement of his right foot is across the crease and not back, and he misjudged again another straight one. If I can get Jason to just quickly in a little minute show us that so that you can see what I'm talking about, Terry.
But CWI Select 11 are in all kinds of trouble here. 46 for 5.
Islam, another young prospect again, only 23 years of age. So some real, good talent on show based on what we're seeing.
Yeah,
as you rightly said, would have played some 11 test matches so far. 25 wickets to date. So pretty young test quartet.
Yeah, and they've all impressed. They all look like, well, they have hit the ground running in this match as Daniel Beckford comes to the crease, left-hand wicket-keeper batsman, and he's got one of the Bangladeshi helmets on.
And I think you were right in your approach to, because Islam did make his debut in the 2022 series. They bowled some 19 over 6 maiden 76 runs, 2 wickets.
Right.
Against the West Indies, but this is a Viverita Stadium. So talent in galore here.
Beckford shoulders arms to his first delivery, but a bit of swing there away from the left-hander, Sharaful. He's operating with 3 slips, a gully, backward point. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket, fine leg on the boundary. Beautiful sunny afternoon here in the north of Antigua. Coolidge Cricket Ground, of course home of Cricket West Indies, as Sharaful in again to Beckford. And that one is played into the extra cover region. No run.
If the Cricket West Indies select don't bat properly, they could very well find themselves bowled out this afternoon very, very, very cheaply.
Most definitely, and and will be enough time for the Bangladeshi batsman to have another hit.
No, I think they might just call it off. They maybe Coach Phil Simmons just wants to get his bowling unit getting an opportunity to run out. You've been impressed so far. They picked up 5 wickets to date.
You have to be impressed. They've been right on the money. That's nicely worked there by Beckford into the mid-wicket region, and the fielders just strolled after that, so they take the opportunity to come for 3. So Beckford is off the mark. He's on 3. Score goes up to 48 for 5. As the field changes over for the right-handed Graves. Comes back on strike. Left-handed. Shoreful staying over the wicket. Pretty much the same field for Justin Graves. Shoreful up to the wicket now. Graves is trapped in front. He might have got an inside edge on that, I think.
I think that's what saved him.
Yes, otherwise. But playing across his front leg there, and the ball swinging back in. Good over there by Shoreful. Comes to an end. CWI select 11. Further in trouble though. 48 for 5.
So Bedford, one of the young cricketers coming out of the youth level from Jamaica. 22 years of age. He's also a wicket keeper, so
Yeah, wicket keeper, but we saw him show some lightning pace in the outfield yesterday, didn't we?
after all, he's from Usain
He's
Bolt
from
country.
Jamaica. Yeah.
So what do you expect? You expected something else different, Terry?
Not at all.
There's one thing that you're being taught very early o'clock from preschool to do in Jamaica is run.
Run. Don't look back, just run.
So you know what's going to be happening. You just got the natural. He's just a natural athlete. Both male or female. It's a good afternoon to the folks in Jamaica, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, in Montserrat, Basil Morgan, and St. Kitts and Nevis, Curtis Crook, and his son and family. They'll be glued.
Rana continuing from the northern end into Beckford, and that's cut. Oh. He chased the wide one. Luckily for him, he missed it. It was well taken by the keeper, though, in front of second slip, one-handed.
I'm trying to figure out if the West Indian batsmen,
Yeah, I think it's...
if they have a flight to catch, because everybody's playing shots.
well, they got 50 runs to win.
Something. Because that shot, that was so wide, Terry.
It's so wide he couldn't reach it.
So there's no need for him to be following that ball.
The helmet's coming out, so he's going to put a short leg in by the look of it. He's got 4 slips, backward point, short extra come up, short mid wicket, and looks like a short leg. Now this will be interesting to see where their short leg stands. If it's a genuine short, no, he's
48 for 5. Everybody's playing shots.
everybody.
Everybody's playing shots.
He looks like he's going to be. He's 2 pitches from him. Oh, that could have been an edge.
No,
Big appeal.
came
but
off his type pad.
Vipad
Yeah. Clearly.
not out.
Sort of died on the keeper as well, too. Had it maybe come off the bat, it would have,
Stayed up a bit.
Yeah, stayed more up.
But well taken by Das.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
they're having a
they-
good laugh about it as well, too.
Well, you would, wouldn't you? They're going to worry in the world. But the short leg is about 2 pitches from. So ours was 1.5. Bangladesh is 2 pitches, so they're not really short legs, are they?
I don't think so.
Rana coming around the wicket now to Beckford. Beckford waits for him now. Well bowled, but well played this time. Shoulders, arms, lets it go through the keeper. That's the way they should be going about their business. Treat it like a net session.
Careful, Terry, because I think you're right in what you're saying. The preparation as to how they've been playing, it's almost like how they're practicing the nets. That's how
True.
they're applying themselves here, because everybody's playing shots.
Beckford waits for a runner again, coming in from the northern end. That's well played by Beckford. Hit firmly past mid on, and very well run too. as he takes 3. So the 50's up, 51-4-5.
Good control shot there from young Bedford. Leaned into it. Head and shoulders was leading. Didn't try to overhit it. Just used the pace. And the on drive is always a very difficult shot to play, but he was balanced and kept his shape long enough and picked up an easy 3.
So a runner is back over the wicket to the right-handed Graves. And Graves is defending that out onto the offside and no run. Slightly squared him up a bit there. Graves is on 3, Beckford is on 6, 51-5. We're in over number 15. You were saying yesterday while Captain Craig Brathwaite was off the ground that you never know, he could be having a net session out the back. Well, hopefully he was, because he didn't have much of a session in the middle at the end of the day, but he did get a good ball. But there's a problem though, isn't it, for him? A ball on or about off stump. Rana in again to Graves. And Graves is hitting that straight back to the bowler. Does a bit of fancy footwork, fields the ball, end of the over. So at the end of the over, CWI select 11 in reply to Bangladesh. First innings of 253 for 7. A 51-4-5. Lost Kamani Malias for 23. Joshua Dawn for 7. Jordan Johnson for 6. And Tevin Imlak are the wickets to fall today. Of course, Craig Brathwaite was out last night.
So a good run out so far here by the Bangladesh seamers, and they all have featured and have look the part. They're not playing against themselves, so that's why we have to say that they've looked the part, and their job is to get wickets, and the job of the West Indian batsmen is to be able to apply themselves. And so far, don't think a lot of the West Indian batters have really applied themselves so far.
That one straight ball there from Shoreful, hits Beckford on the thigh pad. Yes, the application unfortunately hasn't been there this afternoon from the young CWI Select 11.
I mean, I know you told me that Craig Brathwaite got a good ball, but Craig was neither forward
but that's the
nor
problem,
back.
and that's
So-
his problem. Yeah,
so
do I
that's-
come
yeah,
forward? Do
yeah,
I come back?
yeah,
Do I
yeah,
play?
yeah.
Do I leave? Yeah,
So-
and the world knows. So
Kamani Melius
it is an issue.
thought he had enough. Dawn, Jordan Johnson.
All trying to lay bat on ball as Beckford does there. Flies over the slip cordon into the boundary for 4, but no control once again to a wide delivery. No feet, just throwing the hands at it. And he was fortunate enough to get enough bat on it to take it over the Bangladesh slip cordon. But yeah, the approach today just hasn't been what it should be for the state of play.
Well, let's look at the field setting of the Bangladesh team, Terry. You have a mid-on and a mid-off, very, very, very close. And most of the West Indian batsmen are looking to go square. They're looking to play shots, really. The ball is bouncing around, so couldn't understand why they're still looking to go square. In the context here, you have to play the ball as late as possible.
Yeah, and put the horizontal shots out for the time being. And as you say, Vernon, play straight.
Well, it's easy for me to say that, Terry. If you don't practice playing straight, then you can't come in a game and play straight.
Too true.
Preparation is key, and sometimes when you look around and you see how most of the players are preparing and how they are practicing, this is the outcome that you will get.
Yeah. Wide delivery there by Shoreful. Beckford has nothing to do with that one. No, but very true. You know, you put the hard work in and practice and practice and practice the right way. technique, your batsmanship will improve, your footwork will start improving. But if you're just there, seeing how far you can bolt, if you're doing that in practice, that's what's going to happen when you end up in the middle. Sorrowful, in again, left arm over to Beckford. Beckford pushing at that one. Straight back to the bowler, no run.
Shuffle away in a very big number. DJ Bravo, number 47.
Wow.
Maybe it might be his idol. Just amazing, Terry, how the cricket game has changed. You know, originally you would have had the days of old. You're talking about white flannels.
Yeah.
They were so white that it was almost unbelievable.
Even
They were polyester.
when one day cricket started,
Then-
it was white.
Yeah. Then came cotton.
And a good ball by Sorrowful, defended in the onside to completely over by Beckford. CWI select 11, 55 for 5.
Did you have a sweater as well, too, Terry?
You had a sweater, yes.
Is it-
Sleeveless though.
You had a sleeveless.
Yeah.
You certainly looked the part, I can imagine, in those days.
And one day cricket also was 60 overs, wasn't it, when it first started?
But a lot of things have really changed in the concept. You know, you took pride. You got a blazer, whether you're
You're
playing for the
proud.
Leeward Islands or Jamaica or the West Indies. We look as if we are trying to phase out those things these days. You know, we don't want to use blazers and all of those stuff. But those are things that you look forward to. You know, getting your cap, getting your blazer. Could be able to share those moments with your grandchildren, your family, your loved ones. Maybe even sell that blazer too.
Yeah.
You know, put it into an auction.
Tie.
Yeah, tie.
to match the blazer. Nahid Rana will continue from the northern end. He's bowling to Justin Graves with 3 slips and a gully. And Graves is playing that nicely through the point area out to the boundary, 4 runs.
And
that's again form.
That's his strength. Let's look at the recap here. Very balanced.
Didn't overhit it, just pushed it really.
Just use the pace, more or less. He's got a good cricket bat. He's in good touch. And when you look at someone like Graves, might be around for a long time, Terry, but not so long, really.
No, well,
Justin Graves,
age-wise,
age
but
30. He's only played some 43 first-class games by his standards. 100 in about maybe 11. But in the list A, he's got 49 matches with 400, 3 this year, 1 last year. So he's hungry.
This ball bang on target, well played by Graves up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I first saw Justin Graves playing against the Leeward Islands for Barbados up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the Super 50. I think he would have opened for Barbados. But there was just always something about him. I don't think, you know, in hindsight, maybe Barbados really would have used him effectively enough because, you know, once their players came home, then Justin Graves ended up not playing some for Barbados.
Runner in again to Graves and beautifully stroked through the cover region, 4 runs. Good looking stroke again by Graves. He moves on to 11, the score 63 for 5.
And just look at the head position. Leaned into it, got the foot close enough to the ball, and didn't try to overhit it, but just stroked it.
All along the carpet.
Yeah. And again, when you look at the movement of, and you know, the professional franchises in the Caribbean was designed to have movement of players. The move of a Justin Graves to a Leeward Islands Hurricane has certainly helped him and certainly helped the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in its own right. And you can go back and you could look at the model and you could look at someone like a Raymond Reefer who played, you know, with Guyana for some years, and Kuma Bono who played with the Leeward Islands.
Yeah.
You know, you've got so many good players that moved around.
Run again into Graves. And short. It's in behind it. Lets it go down the leg side, taken by Das, the keeper.
I always tell people that one of the best moves I think that Devon Thomas would have made was when he went to the Jamaica Scorpions. When he came back to the Leeward Islands, I saw him score 100 against the Leeward Islands at Warner Park along with Brandon King. It was one of the best innings I think that I've seen Devon Thomas play at the first class level. He walked in and nobody said anything to him, but he came there with an intent that he wanted to get 100 against the Leewards. It was the first time that I think that I would have seen Brandon King as well. And trust me, they really put a wallop in on that bowling attack at Warner Park.
Run into Graves. Graves behind that one. Defends back to the bowler.
You could look at somebody like Amir Django, who played
Right.
again with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah.
He's gone back to Trinidad. You can see how
Making
that
runs.
sort of form has been, wheeling out. Shamar Springer has gone to the Windward Islands. You could see him blossoming, is getting into the West Indies team. So sometimes you just need that avenue that,
Yes.
I always remind folks that, Dr. Sir Richie Richardson played for the Windward Islands. You remember that, Terry? And when Windwards was more or less struggling at a point in time,
Right, yeah.
he went down there and put in some work with the Windwards.
Half a shout, but going down leg as they take a leg by. But that century you talk about that Thomas scored, I believe that was the match they were in trouble, weren't they, when he came to the crease?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the best innings. And I've seen Devon Thomas from 13 and under. I mean, I saw Devon Thomas score 100 in Sinkit at the 13 and under at 10 years old.
Right.
I also saw Kyron Powell at 9 years old come the next day and score 100. Craig Brathwaite. And just to name a few players, but you always could you have to have an eye for talent, and when you see players at an early age. In fact, Devon Thomas would have scored over 300 runs in first class cricket here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Right.
For anybody to make 300 runs in any form of cricket, you got to know something about batting.
Exactly. Yeah.
You certainly have to know something about batting.
You don't get 300 doing what we've been watching this afternoon.
That's why I don't envy somebody like a Brian Lara. How can you score 375 and then the next time you come back and you score 400?
Right.
That's phenomenal. That's a major achievement.
Sorrowful into Graves, and Graves whips that through a mid-wicket, and they'll take a comfortable 2. Score goes up to 66 for 5. Graves on 13, Beckford on 10. So
some respectability here being formed with this partnership. Bedford 10, Graves 13. And even though they haven't lit up the park here, you could see that they're beginning to understand their role, especially Bedford. Justin Graves will be looking for a not out. So he could be able to just nudge the selectors to remind them, Coach Andrew Coley, that, hey, I want to be in that team on Friday.
Sorrowful into Graves again, and that's turned down to fine leg. Might be a leg by though, I believe. Yes, signaled now by the umpire.
Sure, felt lucky to get away with that. Had he just got some bat onto that,
Yes,
could have spit away very quickly for 4. O'Geese and Joseph. The Checkers are standby here today. 3 Antigua and Barbuda umpires getting an opportunity. That's the glorious opportunity of having matches in Antigua and Barbuda, or by extension in the Leeward Islands.
Sorrowful in again to Beckford, and beats him again. Just outside the off stump. He's got 3 slips and a gully to work with. Backward point. And
I think
extra
Bedford just caught Terry just deciding that he was going to come forward and almost played down the wrong line. Good thing that he was wider.
Definitely.
Has to play each ball in its merit. That's going to be very, very important for him. This could be a good test here.
Let's play played nicely through the cover region. A comfortable single. Takes the score up to 68 for 5. Beckford moves on to 11. What I haven't seen though in this match, given the fact that a lot of young guys are playing, and you're playing against a test nation, obviously not at full strength, but you're still playing against a test nation. I'd like to see, like in this instance, that Graves just come down and have a bit of a chat to Beckford. I didn't see that much yesterday with Brathwaite talking to his bowlers, his young bowlers like a Nathan Edward. Just to give them that encouragement, keep them going, keep them focused.
Different style of leadership is what Terry's talking about. Graves nicely back and across and just playing it right up to cover. The sunset here just coming through nicely. Bangladesh players would feel very excited that at least they had an opportunity to bowl. I would have loved to see in this game as a 3-day game, Terry. It would be an interesting feature.
Definitely.
But that is not to be. And so we just want to remind the viewers and the listeners, if you're listening to us, that the first test starts on Friday at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Come on out and see Casey Carty and company. I think he's in trouble. I think he pitched outside the outside leg, as the keeper is indicating to him.
Yeah.
Ethan Das just saying to him, pitched outside.
Good ball though, once again by Sharaful. Completes the over, so 68 for 5. Graves is on 13 and Beckford is on 11.
Think we'll see spin today, anytime.
He'd want him to have a few overs, wouldn't he? I think.
As
It looks like we're going to see it now anyway. Who are the spinners? Mahidi?
Yeah, Mahedi and company, we'll see. And as a young cricketing test nation for Bangladesh, they've only played 20 test matches versus the West Indies. So, it's, as you rightly said, it's a learning process for them. But you can't take them for granted. You have just produced some outstanding players over the years, Terry.
Yeah, over the last 30 years that they've been playing international cricket, for sure. Of course, there's no Shakib Al-Hassan these days, but even so, they've got some good players on display. So it's going to be Tajul Islam, slow left arm orthodox, taking the attack up from the northern end. Beckford just defends that into the mid-wicket region, no run. So 68 for 5, Beckford is on 11, Justin Graves is on 13. There's Islam in again, gives that some nice flight, but well forward in defence is Beckford. He's got a slip, short leg, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, and a mid-on, 3/4 of the way to the rope. Short mid-wicket, and fine leg inside the circle. As he's in again to Beckford. Beckford on the back foot. Whips this into the mid-wicket region. No run. So he's got a short mid-on in a catching position and a mid-on behind him at 3/4 of the way to the fence. Beckford plays that straight back to the bowler, no run. Sloan gives that bit of flight, but nicely played by Beckford into the cover region. Comfortable. 2 more to him. He moves on to 13. Current partnership worth 25. Still trailing by some 183 runs. The score's moved on to 70 for 5. Both Beckford and Graves on 13.
So Bedford himself growing in confidence.
Interesting approach. He holds the bat up high like a baseballer. He sort of squats as the spinner's coming in. Well, played that over well. Score remains on 70 for 5.
Yeah, very important period of play. Yeah. Talking about Islam, Islam would have made his debut against the West Indies in 2014.
But he's been around that long. Okay.
Yeah, he's played some 49 test matches. He's got over 200 wickets, 209 test wickets. Made his debut against the West Indies in 2014 at Sabina Park in Kingston. I think if we go back to his test debut there, I'll just give you some figures in a little while, Terry. He would have picked up 5 for 135 on debut. Wickets he would have picked up would have been Taylor, Ramden, Darren Bravo, Kirk Edwards, and the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite on debut.
5 for on debut.
Yeah.
Shoreful continues from the media centre into Graves, and that's pushed up to mid-on, no run.
And that would have been after Craig Brathwaite who scored 212. West Indies reached 484 for 7 declared off 160 overs.
That's right, yeah. That was Brathwaite's highest score, isn't it?
Certainly would have. Bangladesh was skittled out for 182. And following on, they were bowled 314, which meant that they had to give West Indies 13 runs to win. So competitive during that period of time. But they've always shown glimpses, even when they've had their big stars, as you would have to rightly put it. There's no Tamil Iqbal in this. And during that second innings, he scored 53. And I think, in fact, in the first innings, Iqbal would have scored 1. Kamal Roach would have picked him up. So they've always shown some potential. But again, just like anything else, Terry, anywhere you go, there's always internal politics taking place.
Especially with them at the moment.
Yeah.
In the last few months.
The subcontinent has been hearing something.
Shorefall into Graves, and Graves is playing that nicely down the ground. Past mid-off, they jog through for 1. That's all they'll get. 71 for 5. Graves moves on to 14.
Graves didn't get right out to that one because he just played there. He's now rehearsing and saying maybe I could have got a lot more closer to the ball. Leeward Islands Hurricanes will certainly miss his services.
Yeah, that batting is
for the semi-final, along with Mikael Louis. Louis on home soil will get an opportunity at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's just amazing, Terry. Took St. Kitts 96 years before they can get their first test player.
Imagine that.
Almost had 2. Forcing that back. Well, this year, we celebrated Dr. Sir Andy Roberts 50 years ago playing Test cricket, and in November we'll get an opportunity to celebrate the great man, national hero of Antigua and Barbuda, Sir Vivian Isaac Alexander Richards. It will also be 50 years for him too, since he
during the test, isn't it?
Played Test cricket.
Isn't it the 24th?
Yeah, just around.
I think. Yeah.
So a big moment.
Most definitely. Shorefall into Beckford. And Beckford looks to put that into St. John's. Doesn't make contact. So after containing himself, if you like, the big shots are coming out again. Well,
attempt of a big shot. because he completely missed that. And one has to also give credit to someone like El Camino Willett, who 51 years ago opened the gates for so many players from Nevis, Montserrat, Lionel Baker, Anguilla, Omari Banks, Jamar Hamilton, St. Martin. You'll have to also give some credit to Anguilla too for Casey Carty going through into the spectrum of playing Test cricket, because it's an interesting story, Terry. Casey Carty never represented St. Martin, even in the Leeward Islands tournament, even from a youth level up, always represented Anguilla.
Right.
20 overs bowled, 71 for 5.
And that was because of more facilities, more of a chance in Anguilla?
No, it was internal politics.
Okay.
Casey Carty's father, Keith Carty, because of the politics of what was happening, you know. So I'm saying to you, sometimes you look at some stories, a lot of people sometimes forget and don't want to talk about the reality, and they also want to write their own story. But you can't write the story because the facts are there. We have some 20 overs to go in the day's play. It's now 4:09 in Antigua and Barbuda, 3:09 in Jamaica. So we maybe can get 15.
Yeah, 12 maybe.
They've got spin on, so anything is possible.
True. Tajul Islam continuing on, peels off the outside edge of Graves' bat, but safely past the slip.
Played very late as well too.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to say it was the arm ball, but it sort of stopped on him. And with nice soft hands, he was able to just steer it down to third man.
Takes one, brings Beckford back onto strike.
Cricket West Indies select 11. They're trailed by some 181 runs, but I think that is academic right now. It's almost
Definitely.
like survival. Playing out the overs, playing out the time.
Oh, they moved the short leg in and he almost had a chance there. It's bouncing in front of him. They got a short leg slip and slip.
Bedford has to
Bedford.
understand, when you're facing a spinner, is no... If you're forward, you're forward. You can't be attacking and still trying. If you're forward, you kill the ball. You need to be still trying to go hard. It's a lot better.
It's better, yes. Killed that one.
Maybe Bangladesh might be inclined to maybe just put a silly point right in front of Bedford. See what happens. See how he handles the pressure. You've got a leg slip.
Yep, slip, leg slip and short leg.
You've got a very short mid-on as well too.
He's coming.
Water break coming up maybe after these couple of deliveries.
Coming around the wicket now.
Yeah, he must have seen something that we didn't see.
Nicely defended though by Beckford.
Be advised to look to play the ball up in front of him. Always very important. Play the ball in the V.
He's still trying to turn it and almost went to short leg again.
Yeah, because once the ball comes between middle and leg, because he's falling over already, that's sort of in trouble. So
Drinks.
we're taking a quick drink break after 21 overs. Cricket West Indies select 11 there, 72 for 5. Bedford is 13 and Justin Graves is on 15 from 24. Bedford's 13 has come from some 29 deliveries. We'll take our tea break and Jason will get himself reloaded.
Welcome back to the College Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the last bit of play between the CWI Select 11 touring Bangladesh team. Of course, we lost a lot of play during the day. Play didn't start today, the second day of this two-day practice match, due to rain, till 2:30 this afternoon local time. We're just playing 2.5 hours. We had the final water break, and play has resumed as Graves nudges that into the onside, takes a quick single. He moves on to 16, 73 for 5 of the CWI Select 11. Was Bangladesh declared their innings closed yesterday, 253 for 7. And it's Nahid Rana into his 5th over. So welcome back, Vernon Springer. Good afternoon, Vernon.
I think the start now of the final 15 overs, final hour. We'll see how much we get out of that final 15.
He's gone for it again, just cleared the field. A wild swipe again, very wide delivery, dug in short by Rana, and Beckford freed the arms and just got it over the infield. Picks up 2.
I'll tell you, it was a wide bouncing ball.
Why hit it?
There was no need for that.
And it only just lobbed over the backward point fielder. 3 slips a gully, backward point mid-on for Rana. That's better. Played that one nicely. Punched off the back foot through the cover region. Picks up 2 more. He moves on to 17. The score 77 for 5. Put on some 30 runs, these two.
Again, we're talking about the Bangladesh young bowling lineup. Islam 23, Rana 22, Mahmood 25, and Taskin Ahmed 29. And you complement that with Islam, who is 32 years of age. You know, his youth and experience we're talking about here.
Running in again to Beckford, playing away from his body again, beats him through to the keeper, no run. Trying to get his concentration back after the water break. He's toughed it out so far. Got away with a couple of streaky shots, but you'd like to see him go to the close of the match with a not out to his name. As Rana in again. Round the wicket to the left-handed Beckford. Just punches that into the cover region for a single. Moves on to 18, scores 78 for 5.
He's going to also have to learn to get off the square. Graves just enjoying this moment here, being able to get a knock before the first test on Friday. Maybe you want to just remind the selectors or remind the team that, hey, listen, I'm going to take up that Jason Holder spot.
Rana over the wicket to the right hander, and that's flown off his thigh, I think.
No, buys. Missed everything, missed everybody.
Yes, straight down to the fence, 4 buys to complete Rana's over. So at the end of the over, CWI Select 11, 82 for 5. Got some bounce though.
Yeah, he did.
Tall lad. discussion going on mid-pitch between a couple of the Bangladeshi fieldsmen and the two West Indies batsmen.
It's got a very long frame, really long legs, long levers, really, and still growing. And he'll get stronger.
You think he'll get any taller?
You never know.
He go over the top of the sides?
I've got to watch his action again. I think I see just something. We don't make a judgment call yet. I'll have to look at him again.
Spin of Tajul Islam will continue. Big appeal from round the wicket. The bowler wasn't interested though.
Bedford again going hard at the ball. He's got to play with soft hands. No need to go hard. Just wait and kill the ball right in front of you. Use your top hand.
Into Beckford from around the wicket.
Maybe put a silly point right in front of him there. Just put some added pressure.
They got the short leg slip and slip in place.
One might have would just maybe bubble to short leg because of that silly point.
Oh, that turn.
Now that did turn. It didn't bounce either.
No. But it certainly turned straight past Beckford.
Lita Das is having a laugh about it. He was like, where did he find that? He's been around. He's got 209 test wickets. And he will get an opportunity to play his 50th test match this Friday.
Actually, that's a great achievement.
10 years, talking about 10 years ago, he made his debut right here in the Caribbean. Be advised to play the ball up in front of him, still trying to work the ball. To get a leaning edge and just hold out right there to cover. Just be patient. He's gonna have to understand that this is a good test for him.
And turn again.
Again, that is turn in. Genuine turn as well too.
Genuine turn. Pitching on middle, turning about a foot outside leg stump. End of the over. 82 for 5. The score remains.
Young Nathan Edwards rehearsing outside. He maybe can't wait to get in to get a knock. So many young cricketers coming out of the St. Martin area. Michael Palmer, who's part of the academy, was able to make his debut. Played in the Zimbabwe T20 competition. Palmer. Big, strong young man. Bowls with some real pace. And he hits the ball very, 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 very far. So played in the cool and smooth T20 tournament. Sometimes I don't think we understand how beneficial that tournament was for so many persons. So Gavaya, Matthew Ford, playing for All Saints.
Runner continues into Graves, and that's what you don't see enough of. Well played by Graves, just drop and run. Turn the strike over, left, especially when it's left and right combination. Rana now has to come back around the wicket to the left-handed Beckford. 83 for 5. Score currently. Beckford's toughed it out. 39 deliveries for his 18. Graves is on 17 from 27.
I think if you were to do an analysis, Terry, on the small island states that would have produced test players, the OECS certainly would be a good conversation. And per capita, when you look at, the Parrys, the Williams, the Athertons, the Powells and company, the Wanaka Morton coming out of Nevis. Was almost at one point in time. Well, Willett is who started it. You're talking about 51 years ago, and then, the entire floodgate opened after. But then if you come to Antigua and Barbuda, you realize when Dr. Sir Andy Roberts went, and then you had Sir Viv, then you realize also it was also a floodgate as well for Antigua and Barbuda. I was going through the stats as well too, and I could remember that the first Test match, West Indies versus Bangladesh, Willie Jacobs was the captain.
Okay.
So you got some West Indies versus Bangladesh first Test. So you got some pedigree when you look around and you see what would have been happening. Antigua itself, like Nevis, would have produced some and continue still to produce outstanding players at the Test level. The big question and the new name coming around now will be a Joel Andrew. Just only 17 years old. And just imagine a 17-year-old having to carry the burden of a nation of Antigua and Barbuda on your back. The expectation is so high.
But how do you see, what would you plot his future at? For example, like they selected him in the one-day squad. They took him. They didn't play him. Then he made his debut. He didn't get to bat because it was a shortened game. I thought, and this is just my personal opinion, the same with Solizano when they picked him for the Test match and he got knocked out fielding at short leg in the first half an hour. When the next match comes up, the next one-day match, because it's not you, it's not lack of form, it's not something that you've done untoward or anything, should they have still given Andrew at least the first one against England? Rana into Graves. Graves hits that nicely out to a sweeper out on the cover point boundary now. That's for the single. 84 for 5.
I'll say to you, Terry, I've seen stranger things. So, as long as you're around long enough while you're living, you'll see more stranger things happening in cricket that will just puzzle you and bemuse you for a while. The thing about it is that you don't get an opportunity, Terry, to ask questions. You don't get to ask questions, as to why this happened. It just happened.
Yes, yeah. It always just happens. So,
so you got to understand what's happening. But I wish the young man all the best. What I would like to see happening, Terry, is for him getting a stint. I'd like to see him getting a stint in England. To go off and learn his craft. If you ever wanted to understand and know how to play cricket, England is a place. And go ask Sir Vivian Andy Roberts.
Yeah. And the Alf Govers.
Yeah, ask the Desmond Haynes and the Gordon Greenwich and the Franklin Stevenson and all those guys. You ever want to learn about cricket? Yeah, you got to go there. So I'd really like him to get a stint, maybe a good 6-8 month stint, come back home. But trust me.
But that is absolutely correct. And some might say these days even more critical for our players and so. But it interests me when people chat and they say that West Indies cricket the decline started once England changed their rules on how many foreigners they were allowed in county cricket.
Remember that was an immigration policy as well too, right?
But not only that, you still had to be a good player to get a contract. And when I say a good player, you had to be in form, you had to be a good, consistent, but it wasn't just, you're in the West Indies 11, they're on top of the world, so they wanted every West Indian there. If it didn't suit, didn't suit.
But the thing about it, Terry, is that, and I hear you, but if you look back, you'd realize that all of this was orchestrated to be able to try to make sure that the West Indies who was ruling cricket around the world would never happen. You have to understand that everything starts from in the boardroom.
Right.
And you saw the bouncer rule that came forward.
Yeah.
There were home office
how many
making
overs in a day and all that
home
rubbish.
office making those ratifications. telling you that in the Caribbean you got to be able to play 5 first-class games. Even up until now, Terry, a lot of the players who are around don't get an opportunity to play 5 first-class games. So how
Very
would they
true.
be able to get a contract? So,
Right.
like I said, there are a lot of contributing factors as to what we're seeing really happening. We just didn't react. It took us a long time,
took to react,
and
yeah.
we still
Reacting.
haven't even gotten a grips to really understand what has hit us.
True.
The other thing
True.
that has attacked us now is T20 and
Yep.
and T10 around the world. So that is even more critical as to the survival of
West
cricketers
Indies
from West Indies.
Most definitely. Tajul Islam completes another over at the end of the over. CWI select 11, 86 for 5. Daniel Beckford is on 19, and Justin Graves is also on 19.
ICC themselves, Terry, is really not helping small island,
No.
small states like Afghanistan, Zimbabwe,
Yep.
West Indies, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh.
Yep.
Because the test status, yes, they have a format, but it's designed around the big 4.
Exactly.
And so
New Zealand, for that matter.
the small state, the small nations continue to suffer.
Yeah.
And so there's no real purse being put behind Test cricket to develop Test cricket in Afghanistan and develop Test cricket in Zimbabwe and the West Indies. You're left to fight on your own.
Most definitely.
So if you follow from that, you would realize that the new model of ICC is about economics. It's
Yes.
about white ball cricket.
Bums on seats.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Umpires signalled that the last hour of play will start, and we're going to have the spin of Hassan Morad. Right arm. No, not a left-hander, sorry. Slow left arm. Orthodox bowling to Justin Graves with 2 slips and a short leg. Graves is back and across in behind that, nudges it into the mid-wicket region. Strolls through for a single. As the shadows lengthen across Coolidge. .86 for 5. Still trailing by some 167 runs. This 2-day practice match comes to an end, but get your tickets though for the test match.
I think they should just open the gate.
They should, shouldn't they? Well, I've been saying that for a while, man, but the last,
Just open the gate.
yeah, the crowds that you get to test cricket these days.
Murad.
Balls to Beckford. He's got the same as Islam as far as field places, a slip, leg slip and a short leg. The catching fieldsman around the bat of Daniel Beckford. It's tossed up high. Ooh, almost a chance again to the short leg. Just bounces in front of him. Caught the inside of Beckford's bat as he leant forward. Far away at all. Well picked up though by the short leg. Murad in again, and that one was played defensively into the offside to complete the over. So maiden over there by Hassan Murad. Score remains on 86 for 5. Both batsmen Graves and Beckford are on 19.
So Murad, left arm orthodox. Another young player coming through. He's only just so far in his career. He's not made his test debut as yet. Played some 31 first class matches with 139 wickets. So was 23 years of age, so he was one coming out of the under 19 setup. So another investment again by Bangladesh.
So they're not short in their bowling department. Not at all. Good variety in their attack as well as Islam continues, and that is hoiked out. Oh, it's almost a great catch there on the boundary, on the square leg boundary. Did he catch it?
He took it, Terry.
Excellent catch.
I hope the cameraman followed it, but that was a superb catch, and I don't know where that aggression came from Justin Graves. He's looking at his bat to say,
yeah, it's
but
just out of the
cricket.
blue.
Yeah.
Picked him up, went with the spin.
Look at it.
Hit it.
Beautiful
high,
work by this
wide,
cameraman.
hard.
Oh,
Excellent.
superb. Well
But
done.
his reaction fooled me. Why I thought he might not just have got there, but that was an excellent catch, and the whole team appreciated it. They all ran to the mid-wicket boundary to
Just need to just try and pick up
congratulate him.
who took that catch. If only we could just get it. But somewhere along the line, Justin Graves felt like he had mishit it anyhow.
You know, he didn't get it fully, did he?
Yeah.
But he just about he's caught it inches inside the rope. But excellent catch because he made huge ground out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
We just need to be able to pick the number up if we can.
And took it inches off the ground and inches from the rope.
Is it number 47? If he could just turn, he's not turning yet. We certainly will get a chance to see his number. He's still dusting off, still enjoying the moment, and I certainly would too.
Definitely. You remember that? You'd be telling everybody. Remember the day at Coolidge?
Yeah, but that is one of the catches of the tour. So he set the benchmark very, very, very high there. Coach Simmons would have enjoyed that because he himself was a very excellent fielder as well. I just didn't get to see the number. Oh, Hassan Joy. Okay, so
Hassan Joy.
yeah, excellent catch by Hassan Joy. Thank you very much, Jason.
And it's Mahidi that's bowling, the captain. So
Wiz.
a wicket with his first ball. But all credit must go to Hassan Joy, though. Well defended there by who we got? Nathan Edward.
Yeah. Edwards has come out.
Another left-hander, so Mahidi's gone around the wicket.
Very cunning bowler is Mahidi.
Right.
That almost squared up Nathan Edwards.
Off spinner or right out orthodox. He's got two slips. A silly mid off. Short fine leg, backward point, short extra cover. Defended again by Edward. So 87 for 6 now. The CWI select 11. Heedy into Edward, and he gets some turn and some bounce. Well left, well read there by Edward. Shouldered arms through to the keeper. Again, he's defending well to end the over. So successful over, maiden, a wicket maiden for Mahidi, Bangladesh captain, CWI select 11, 87 for 6, with Beckford on 19, and Nathan Edward just coming to the crease. He is yet to score.
Yeah.
So Justin Gray is brilliantly caught by Mohammed Hassan Joy. Out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, made a lot of ground, excellent catch. Another unnecessary shot though by CWI CWI select batsman. And that almost rolled under the bottom of Beckford's bat back onto the stumps, as he's still got the 3 fielders and the wicket keeper around his bat. And a slip, leg slip and short leg. Murad continuing. Left arm over the wicket, big appeal, and he's given him LBW. I don't know about that one. To me, it might have hit him outside the line, but nevertheless, Beckford has to walk, playing a shot.
But it hit his back pad, Terry.
It did, yeah.
And that was most important. I was saying he's going hard at the ball. You know, he could just look to just kill the ball.
87 for 7, Vernon. What's going on?
I don't know. You tell me, Terry.
Maybe they thought they were going to call it off sooner. If you look at this replay again,
They could still call it off.
they could still call it off. Close decision, but yes,
Sort
give it out.
of collapsed when he was playing that shot.
It did collapse, but I mean, that all started, and you know, you don't want to be too harsh, it is a practice match, but that all started from that whack out of the blue that Justin Graves performed.
You reckon?
Well, the partnership was going all right. What did they put on, Jason? About 40 odd or something? For that 6th wicket?
Just looking through the stats so far for Bangladesh for the season, Mahidi has been really their informed batsman. From 8 test matches so far, 468 runs. He's not scored 100, but he's got 4 half centuries, a high score of 97.
Whoa.
So he has shown some consistency, and the average wouldn't indicate that. 39.00. So they'll be looking to his services in these 2 test matches in the Caribbean.
And leadership. Murad is bowling to another left-hander in Videsi.
He's bowled.
He is clean bowled first ball.
He didn't know anything about that.
No, didn't see it, Vernon.
He played down the wrong line.
He did not see it. Look at the gap. Clean bowled, middle stump.
Played down the wrong line.
But look at the bowler. The bowler didn't even react. That's how easy that was. That's 8 down. 87 for 8 as the CWI Select 11 are capitulating in this 2.5 hours of play.
Mahidi himself, Terry, he'll have a major milestone also on Friday. He's played some 49 test matches as Shem Holder walks out. It's almost like a procession.
It is at the moment.
I don't want to say it's a funeral procession, but it's certainly almost, you can say, London Bridges is falling down.
Yes, well, it would have been if there had been a 3-day, 4-day match. Going, judging by this.
And sometimes your body language determines whether you want to play or you don't want to play. And the approach here so far by the Cricket West Indies Select 11, it's almost as if they were playing a T20 game or a 40-over game.
Yes, pretty ordinary approach. None of them look to occupy the crease, which is all they basically had to do.
I think Phil Simmons is trying to indicate.
Is that enough?
Yeah, well, I think he was trying to get Nikita Miller's reaction to say, what we're going to do, can we just call it? I think I've seen enough. Miller has not responded to him as yet. So we'll wait and see. Oh, he's in trouble. Hat-trick ball. Hat-trick ball.
And that's hat-trick to Hassan Murad.
Hat-trick ball.
3 for 1 in 1.4 overs.
Hat-trick ball.
Should have put him on earlier.
Phil Simmons is calling his troops.
I don't blame him.
He says he's had enough.
That was pretty poor effort there by the CWI Select 11, it has to be said, Vernon. To occupy the crease, you know, to just bat yourself into some form, get the experience against the test-playing nation, none of them did it. Briefly, I suppose you could say Beckford and Graves, but that shot by Graves opened the floodgates again. But that is game. That's the end of the game here. Match drawn, obviously. 2-day practice match. Each team only batting once, so match is drawn. But the game has been called off here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And I'd say that Phil Simmons and Bangladesh would be the happier of the two of what they both teams or captains got out of the 2-day practice match, Vernon, ahead of the first test on Friday at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
I think you have to give some major credit to the groundsman too, for based on what we would have seen this morning, to be able to still get in at least 3 hours play here. Everybody would have benefited in some form, shape or the other, and the umpires themselves also, they made cricket possible. But the Cricket West Indies Select 11, I think when Nikita Miller does his summary at the end of this procession here of meet and greet here, they'll certainly have to go back. A lot of the players in there will have to look at themselves and look at their approach. They're going to have all of the footage available to them and see where they went wrong. You've got to understand that this is red ball cricket. It's not white ball cricket.
Exactly.
Got to be able to apply yourself, adapt to the situation.
Yes. Read the game.
It's going to be exciting times. The 2 test matches here, starting on Friday, Bangladesh. They would feel it's going to be a different ball game. A test match is completely different to a 2-day game. So we'll wait and see what's going to be happening going forward. Your final thoughts, Terry?
Yeah, I agree with what you've been saying, Vernon. I think Bangladesh would be happy coming into this test match. They've been here for about a week now, so they're acclimatized by the time the test match rolls around on Friday. I think they got some good practice that they were most probably looking for in a 2-day practice match. And it should be very interesting to see. West Indies have got the problems with their batting especially. We can't ignore that fact. The captain is not in form. He's long overdue for runs, but has his own personal issues to battle through. The bowling, of course, could be the key for both. The Bangladesh seamers certainly looked good. Their spinners, obviously, we're accustomed to that. West Indies don't play spin well, even at home. And the Bangladeshis struggle with pace. So it should be a good contest. 9 playing 10, I think it is, in the latest ICC World Test Championship rankings. So it should be a good contest. So come out, if you're in Antigua, come out to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bowling off at 10 o'clock Friday morning.
Yeah, so we want to thank Gardner, cameraman Jason, and the entire 360 team for providing us with this opportunity to be able to show the world what has happened in the last couple of days. Go out and support West Indies cricket at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium starting on this Friday. Thanks to Seth Burton, Marley Richards, who passed through for a while, and Terry Laraja, and to all the folks who shared their comments via the social media platform and even on the platform here with us. We thank you very much, and make sure that you get home safe. Thank you again, Jason.